Welcome to this weekend's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that will come into the queue today, let's take a look at something new by our fellow maker from Korea, RBC. A very well-known music maker, a major participant in 5 and 6YMM, and who has delivered something called Mario Brothers vs. Monsters. P versus Z, which I, judging by the Korean flag, initially read as Protoss versus Zerg, but no, it's very clear this is actually Plants versus Zombies. And we'll use the on-off switch to defeat your enemies, probably to the tune of some zombies on our lawn. So, let's play. Okay. P versus Z, it looks like the whole mechanic there is just to poison mushrooms crossing over, and that we block or destroy them somehow. Let's see how it goes. Anyway, music's gonna spawn. And we'll just wait for the track to get loaded up. And then 60. Something about 60. Wait, what are we doing? Okay. Yeah, so we need to tap the on-off switch to destroy the poison mushrooms. And doing okay so far. I guess it is 60-second survival then. That seems to be the implication. And then something will eventually open up the ice. And so, as with Plants vs. Zombies, you are defending against multiple lanes of incoming enemies, which are quite a lot faster than the zombies in the original, I must admit. And then you have to account for your jumping motion, manipulating the poison mushrooms as well. Now, where is... yeah, so the muncher is the fail condition, that's what's happening, and then we are through. Yeah, it's if the poison mushroom makes it over the line and hits the note block that was on top of that muncher, that was going to be what activated the P-switch and would cause some problems from there, so... Anyway, let's listen again in this side-scrolling area, and yeah, Bowser RNG is going to open up. Whoop. And this time around, the poison mushroom invaders are not going to be hopping over that extra block, and oh, I took a hit. That was uncommon. What happened there? Ah, it's the Bowser fire. Okay. And we hit the fail condition. Okay, I wasn't expecting the Bowser fire to go low enough to cause damage to me, but I guess that's why we have a bit of an extra buffer with that fire flower on my side. Anyway, let's keep going. Bang, welcome. And okay, here we go again. Yeah, the damage from the Bowser Fire actually stalls my timing slightly and throws me off. Let's see. Only thing. Oh, that's why it said you should crouch. Okay, no, I get it. That's why it said down in 60 seconds. Because if you crouch, then you don't get hit. I think that's the idea. Yeah, probably should have obeyed instructions there, which is something we rarely do. And Luca, welcome. Anyway. Oh, that didn't save me at that time. I'm trying to duck out of there. And, oh, I got hit once again. So, I did get nuked by Bowser Fire 3 times. I mean, I don't really have much choice there. I am trying to defend. But if I duck the whole time, I should at least not take quite so many hits. So, we're going to be starting with Meg and Luca today, by the looks of it. as soon as we clear this boss fight. So yeah, this time let's duck down low. And let's watch the Bowser Fire pattern a little better, such that if Bowser Fire is coming my way, we'll try to hold off from taking a shot. Just need to keep my peripheral vision on the lower lane, so we're not just jumping more or less randomly. Yeah, I like how this is kind of coordinated with just the 4 different pipe colors for the pipe speeds. That's enough to create an interesting tower defense-like variation to the wave speed that we are dealing with. And occasionally it's very satisfying to just nuke everything at once if you just have a really solid activation timing. Okay, got hit. Sadly, to a certain extent, that's not going to be avoidable. Muncher's going to take that from me, and we go through the key door. I don't know, there is a bonus objective for having kept the flower up to that point. There is also a minor objective for having kept the mushroom, which we will get. So yeah, unfortunately, we will not see the fire flower objective because, frankly, that is going to be difficult. So we'll just come here and collect everything instead. Yeah, we've got to have a tower defense special at some point. We should maybe revisit this for the bonus objective at that point. Not for a while yet, though, so for now, let's grab the clear and get into the queue. Okay, Mang Mang 69. I'm way behind on everybody's levels since I was off for the much of the past week and a half, as well as generally not really playing too much Maker 2 this year, so we're behind. We've got to catch up. We've got a couple of things we can choose from here. Like I said, so Tower Escape, we're going to do probably a Tower Escape special sometime next week. And I will definitely play Mangs when we get to that. That will be a priority. We've got a couple of levels here. I haven't played this Supernova birthday level. I have played the ones by Luca and Electrodude so far. And then Minecraft 3. Lost in the Woods. Yeah, let's do Adult Trampolines. Happy birthday to my cool, amazing, great, awesome, wonderful friend Supernova. So if Supernova already had a birthday stream to play these levels, I'm afraid I did miss it. I see this was delivered pretty much at the beginning of March. So I don't know how the birthday party went, but I hope everybody made it out of that all right. Adult Trampolines. Okay. Well, a little hop chop so far. Oh, here's the adult trampoline. And, oh, coin, of course we're going for that. There we go. And, of course we're going for that. Nothing, okay. Oh, why the dash panel? Let's see. Because we need to dash and jump all the way to the left side, I see. Didn't realize this was just going to be the end of that screen. That's nothing. No matter how much I could have bought my head against it. That's a bit of extra momentum that we are going to, once again, lose completely on the way down. Ah, okay, so he did have a private birthday session. Oh, you mean like an unlisted stream? Yeah, I haven't really been on Twitch that much recently anyway, so I have not been keeping up with any of that regardless, so it's Anyway, I hope that he felt better at the end of it. We need to do that a bit differently, I think. Yeah, so we need to raise this guy for sure. Does he go up any further? No, he doesn't. That's nowhere near close enough. Let's raise him again. Whoa, no. Missing? Okay. The first section unintentionally turned into a getting over it level. I can see that. I guess it's your way of telling Supernova, it's your birthday, get over it. You're old now. Whoops. That was a mistake. Anyway, let's try it again. Jump. We did it just fine last time. This is just the ordinary series of bad attempts that we need to get out of our system. Alright. Let's do it right. There we go. The top of that. There we go. Much better. Now let's not lose to this part. Probably long jump underneath this guy. And then this is going to be a reversal, which we will have to control such that we don't land on top of those spikes, which... There we go. That could have gone much worse. If we tap the on-off switch, we get released to the left. What happens if I go right? We can't because of the on-off switch. But of course. And sure, we'll grab that. And that ejects you back into this area. Okay. Very nice. Yeah, let's just jump over this guy. Timing elements. Let's see. Nope. Didn't even make it to the platform. Melkor Awaken, welcome. Thank you for that submission. We actually played Ferryman's Toll yesterday, but my stream was so choppy that the recording was practically unwatchable, so I'm actually quite happy to play that a second time. Yeah, okay, that was a disaster. Let's try it again. Atlantis, welcome. Anyway, it's gonna be a hop, hop, hop. Nope. And yeah, Melkor Awaken was a fantastic level. It did take me a while, but having figured it out, it hopefully won't take me too long to revisit. But yeah, I had a huge network issue yesterday, exactly when I was clearing the level, and so the footage was just skipping frames all over the place, and it was absolutely dreadful. Which, unfortunately, did that level a bit of a disservice. Now, whoops. Let's try this again. Okay, let's try it again. Nope. And let's get over here. Okay, that worked. Amazing how much better it goes once you actually understand it. Whoops. That could have gone badly. Now let's try this. Okay, this one. Nope, that's too soon. Yeah, let's try to course correct so we can retry immediately. Nope. I don't know if I should fall into it or do a bit of a hop. I think I should fall into it. That's my understanding. Because a bit of a hop after hitting the dash panel is just going to overshoot that completely. Whoops. And giant hairball, yes, you are quite welcome to add your level. We hopefully won't take too long to get to you. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, let's raise this guy again. Grinder Challenge Super Expert, looking forward to it. Okay, let's try this again. We'll just wait this out. There we go, very satisfying to get that with full forward momentum. Nope. Poorly timed. Well, we're only 1 coin in so far with 5 more to go. I've... Whoops, got the sense that we have a long ways to go with this one. There we are, finally getting the Skip Squeak to respond only to. Fail that immediately. Notice how the death markers on top of that first Skip Squeak seem to make the letter E. That's rather interesting. You'd normally see death markers like that form a cluster, right? Whoops. Yeah, press E to pay respects, apparently. Terminator, welcome. Alright, let's try this again. Giant hairball, yeah, no worries, giant hairball. It might be a while before I get to you anyway. We always do things in order. You're quite welcome to be AFK, as long as you are here when we finally do call you. I don't call in a random order, so it's perfectly fine to leave for a bit and come back. There's a secret message if you find all the death markers. I'm guessing that the secret message is happy birthday. 6969. Happy 69th birthday. So, Mang, as you probably know because you hold the world record on it, Supernova had that hilarious number level that he recently published. And we did play it on stream yesterday because I was trying to get clear number 69. But I took so long on it, I got clear number 70. Terminator, thank you for redeeming Skip the Queue. I will slot you in after this one. You might have to remind me, but so we'll get you in. And so thank you to the patience of everybody who is waiting behind that. Whoops. Of course, that depends on how soon I can figure this one out, given some of the trouble that we're having on it at the moment. And so yeah, Terminator, at the end of this level, just check in with me to confirm you're still here, and we'll make sure we get you to Q-Skip. Okay. Let's move up. we go. Okay, that was a lot smoother. That was not a lot smoother. And Youth Raider 2U, this is a fairly recent creation as far as I know. It's just from the last few weeks. So I don't know if you would have seen it in a recent stream. You might have. Meng certainly gets around. And okay, let's tap this. Nope. I really have to control the height on this. Let's try it again. Yeah, really had to do kind of a halfway jump. And that was a bad long jump where I hit my head on the ceiling. That's not so good. We are regressing slightly from where I was before. Yeah, hop chops are very much an underused element. I've seen very few levels that actually do much with them, even by 3D World standards. And yeah, Youth Raider, the queue is still open. New editions currently we might take some time to get to, but you're welcome to go AFK for a bit as long as you're here when you are called. Whoops. We did the same thing. I did not have that issue previously. So yeah, thank you for submitting a Mushroom's Poison. We'll hopefully not keep you waiting for hours and hours, but sometimes it does happen. I am not one of those streamers who says like 15 minutes max, go, go, go. That means that when we get to your level, we'll put in the proper time to test it. Okay. Very good. I totally clipped into that thing if you watch that carefully, but the game didn't seem to mind, so... There we are. Okay, remember the idea is to slide into the hop chop as it's going down. Nope. Nope. Oh, back we go. Is there a way to get enough momentum off this way? I don't know. Probably not. Unless I mean, this dash panel has to be useful for something, right? Alright, now let's just do it the long way. Okay, let's try it again. And let's move on up. There we are. Much better. No, not much better. Whoops. Didn't quite read the continuation accurately. Because I saw those icicles and thought, okay, back up, back up. It totally is a getting over it level at this stage. No, I thought the idea was to kind of follow that hop chop down, but we just barely missed. So. Getting over it with Meng at E69, yeah. Yeah, so I know the whole kind of getting over it genre of level is named after some other totally non-Mario related game that's called like Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy or something. I have no idea what that is, because it didn't really seem that similar to the Mario style Getting Over It level. But my understanding was that it was like a meme game from years and years ago, right? Anyway. You think I should play Getting Over It? Well... I don't know, we'll see. We've got a lot of requests to fill. Alright, let's do this. Nope. There we are. Should really figure out how to read those things more consistently. Nope, nope, nope. I was trying to pull back. That did not go well. At least that one is simple. Let's try it again. Nope. Too soon still, I think. No. It's too low. I want to fall into it, but it's getting a little low every time. Nope. Not quite. And I should watch the speed run of getting over it and how a developer comments on the speedrunners tearing the level apart. Yeah, that is the experience of developers watching speedrunners very often. There we are. What is this? Well, Dry Bones is here, but then I probably don't want to just stop this thing, right? Because I want to go up. The only way it's going to go is up. So let's say, yeah, you speed, and then you go up here, and then skip squeaks. I guess that's going to be a wall jump, this series of pink coins over here. Oh, I see, okay. Because then this guy gets out of the way, and then you have a bit of an issue with the wall jump. Alright. Now, how do I get out of the trouble that I've got myself into here? I guess I have to smash the Dry Bones on top of this block to send it back down? Or, well, no, I just need to smash it generally. No, this is not good news. Because I need the block to be up in order to dash across there in the first place. This is a lengthy section. And we didn't even go for coin 2. So yeah, we'll try to get through it. Game audio is dying. Okay, I'm looking at my indicators for that, and it looks okay, but I'll keep an eye on it. Just in case the problem persists. Yeah, do let me know if it is still cutting out. It is cutting out, okay. Let's fix this early on and hope it doesn't come back. Okay, should be fine. Let's redo this. Thanks for letting me know about the audio, as always. There's a persistent annoyance of trying to stream on my current setup, which is pretty bare bones on a technical level. Okay, that felt smooth. Are you telling me it's out of key still? Yeah, no, that's an issue, actually. Yeah, let's try to fix this quickly. Just to reboot it once again. If the audio is going flat, it's usually a sign that it's going to die again soon, so. Okay, let me know if that's any better. Whoops. Wow, I never ran into that before. Look at that column. That's certainly part of the secret message. Some very interesting death patterns on this thing. I mean, I guess that's just a result of some people hitting the hop chop on the side and some ramming into the wall, which had not really been a problem for me previously. Yeah, the audio issue tends to happen from my CPU core temperature going above a certain threshold. That seems to be the consistent thing that triggers it. I could just stream at a low frame rate, like on 30 FPS or something, because that tends to address it somewhat, but with Mario, it's better to have the image be smooth most of the time. Oh, how did I miss? That was correctly positioned. So yeah, Meng, just to give you a heads up, because we have the queue kind of filling up behind you, I'll try to do the first section, but I may need to break this one up over multiple sittings. The way it's going, I mean, you can also resubmit for later in the stream if you want to kind of have multiple appearances, if you're able to stay. But we'll see. I do want to try to at least beat the first section, or it gets a little further than what we've seen so far. Thank you for the follow. And up we go. And, okay, we need to fix that. That has only recently become a problem. And again. And okay, at least some of this is starting to get a little smoother. This guy's become a recent obstacle. We're past that. Whoa, I shouldn't have just hit that instinctively. That was incautious. I think if you flow through it quickly, Melkor Awaken is not actually that long, but I'm doing a lot of kind of stopping and starting to fix my timing, instead of just going with the momentum. From what I know of how Meng usually designs, a lot of these you should be able to nail on the first cycle if you're accurate. Most Meng levels follow that principle of being doable quickly. No, Luca, I will definitely see your level. I saw that it was not only long, but also thick, so... And you folks know I don't mind long levels, I just might not finish them in one go. Whoops. And yeah, Luca, I assume you have the speed record on this one, actually. 129. What games have I watched that have the most impressive speed runs? I mean... That's a good question. I mean, I'm not a Metroid expert by any means, but Metroid's kind of like this entertaining bread and butter of speedrunning. I haven't actually sat through that many runs of something like Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild has this fantastic repertoire of tricks that's just made possible by the physics engine. So I don't really watch the runs, but I do watch some of the tricks. But yeah, I was kind of casually learning Metroid Dread a little bit. Like, I'm not really a speedrunner by nature. But I still managed to get Metroid Dread on hard down to about 3 hours, which is still lengthy by speedrunner standards, but pretty good for me. And, okay. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, no. But yeah, the thing about watching speedrunning is that sometimes you have games that just look very naturally impressive even if you are not very knowledgeable. And sometimes in order to appreciate what's going on with some of the glitches and such, you really do have to have a background in that game yourself to understand what's going on. Actually, you know what? Tropical Freeze is a good answer. So the thing about Tropical Freeze is that in both the Wii U and Switch version, it has built-in replay recordings of the people who are in the top few places on the leaderboard. And one of the things that shows off is how beautifully the game is designed for speedrunners. In terms of having everything be kind of perfectly placed to permit momentum-based play that just selectively bounces on all the right things. And so not only is it impressive to watch the players do it, but it reveals a lot of the magic behind the game and kind of exposes a lot of what makes the level design in Tropical Freeze especially exquisite. Like, it's one of those games where the more you watch speedrunners, the more you appreciate just how thoughtful the level designers were in the first place. And that's something I love about Tropical Freeze generally, is that it is a game that is fun both slow and fast, and I think that's something that's difficult to capture with a platforming level. That is fun for people who take it at blazing speed, and fun for people who take the time to explore. Very difficult balance to strike. Yeah. I mean, I haven't even begun to learn the dry bones section yet, Luca, so we may not be able to make it to checkpoint in this one. I'll try to at least make it back to the dry bones ones. No, I just haven't found a timing here. We found a timing here. Okay. So I can smash the dry bones on my way up. I need to do that to kind of quickly... Yeah, let's skip the coin for now because we're not really going to finish the level today anyway. Oh, no. Okay, Mang, we clearly are not tall enough yet for this ride. We'll have to go back to the adult trampolines when we're a little bit older. But you're welcome to resubmit it to this stream if you want to put it again in the back of the queue. And we will definitely go back to it at least in some kind of backlog run at some point. We'll learn it. We'll beat it. We've beaten every Meng level that I've played on this account so far, I think. And this will be no exception. It might just take a while. But I don't want to spend 2 hours on a Meng level the way I usually do on fewer levels. And Jukab Nubster, you liked watching the top Cuphead and getting over speedruns. Yeah, Cuphead is always fun to watch because as somebody who's sitting back and not playing, you actually get to appreciate the fullness of the artwork, and especially the background art. Okay, we have a skipped queue redemption from Terminator, and then we will go back into the next queue. Yes, I do have that in mind, so let me just punch in Terminators quickly and confirm that we have it mapped to current, and then we'll go straight down the list after that. I remember the first game that I really kind of watched a lot of speedrunning for was actually Metroid Prime. And this was before YouTube and before a lot of streaming-based uploads. So what people would do was they would upload the raw video files in downloadable 10-minute increments or something on various websites. And because I knew somebody who was a Prime speedrunner and who sort of introduced me to some of the early tech that had like Space Jump First and such. And back then, I think actually watching video footage of people score those records was something that was incredibly new. A tricky thwomp is on the loose. Try to keep up. And Jacob Nubster, yeah, no worries. You're quite welcome to just kind of dash in here. Let's actually stay on the thwomp before we have arrows suggesting that we jump. No, we don't want to do that. The star is to protect me from the chomp, I think. That's my understanding. So the chomp doesn't, whoops, snipe us, but that's okay. We'll just get rid of the chomp anyway, and then... Oh, I see. We need to miss the mushrooms because then we... Yeah, I didn't realize that the mushroom would actually instantly disable the stump. Because I wasn't landing on a stump, right? So I guess if you pick up the mushroom while you're standing on a stump, it does immediately disable that and squash it, which I probably should have known from some puzzle interactions in the past. Thank you so much for the follow. Dart Zane. The Dark Lord of the Zane. And, okay, let's get in here. What's good? I mean, most of the levels we receive on this stream tend to be pretty good, I would say. Often very happy with what we see here. I am slipping like crazy on the landing. I'm sort of trying to adjust a bit as I land on the stump initially, and that's a bad idea. Yeah, just a nice light jump there is going to be enough to work with. The big mushroom is going to kill my momentum a bit, but we are supposed to skip them and do 2 consecutive P jumps. And just kind of try to land safely on the other side. Yeah, nice short jumps here. We'll just release the landings. That overshot the P completely. We just need shorter jumps. Yeah, I guess Terminator, there aren't very many situations where you do just pick up a big mushroom from standing, and so... And a big mushroom isn't that widely used to begin with. I mean, it's used in a lot of kind of stump jump or similar situations, but... You know, the big mushroom platforming levels are rare enough that I think even if you do see these interactions, it's very easy to just forget the rule set until they come up again. No, Giant Hairball, you're a long ways away from your level. Like I said, we take our time on this stream. So there's no worries about missing it. If you look at the list, we are a couple of steps away. And we also had one queue skip with channel points, which I'm acknowledging right now at the moment. So I'm trying to cut my momentum a bit to land on the first set of Ps, because the first set of Ps is very easy to overshoot. You have to do a very light touch on that because of the forward momentum that you already get from the Thwomp ride. Whoops. That didn't quite work. In general, though, the level seems to encourage doing short jumps with a light touch. Because that way you can ensure that you actually stick the landings back on the stumps quickly without having too much airtime throw you off. I am slipping on my landings. Yeah, I'm landing too far to the right, that's the thing. I'm not really compensating properly for the initial thwomp momentum that I'm getting. And then I'm losing momentum on the P because I think I'm hitting the first P switch and running into the second P switch from the side. And so having the two P switches together like that is actually not giving me a too wide landing platform because the winged pattern actually makes the P switches zigzag a bit. And so it's not really a flat platform. And so if I land too far to the left, I actually get stuck behind one P switch. And because I can see in the editor that you've kind of placed the two P switches with wings probably side by side, and that they give you this oscillating pattern that you need to compensate for. So why would I need to hit the second P switches then? Because it looks like I can make the landing just after the first one. Unless there's something I need to be in range of up top. Right, because I just land on that directly. And that seems to be easier than trying to aim for the second stack. Yeah, so you do need to pull back on your jumps a little bit here to feel safe about your landings. Which is why I'm kind of facing left on the landings. Because the momentum cut is in fact important. And then that time I landed and tried to do an adjustment, and that did not go well. Whoops. And yeah, Jakab and Giant Hairball, we tend to see some pretty creative stuff here. I think we've built up a pretty good community of makers here over time that really leads to a lot of mutual encouragement when it comes to new discoveries. Terminator, I assume the conversation is kind of partly about the sort of stump interaction that makes the level a don't touch the mushroom level. It is a good concept. You need to kind of account for a little bit of jank as you go, as with the kind of issue that I noticed with the winged P switches, but other than that, you just sort of need to sight read this accurately. And whoops, yeah, once again, I'm landing with a bit of uncertainty there, so when I'm trying to adjust my direction, I'm slipping off completely. Because you're just given that one stump on top of the thwomp, you have to land very confidently, which is probably why it's encouraging you to get the second P jump. Maybe you do need the second P jump in order to maintain full forward momentum to match the thwomp, so you can get up through that higher stack that comes later on, because notice how much momentum I have if I continue to second bounce. The issue I have with a second P bounce is that it pulls you so far up on the camera that you can't actually see your landing location. Not very well, at least. The main issue, of course, right now is that I'm slipping off completely. But yeah, it looks like you need to get tons of height after the P-switch sequence. Luca, you'll be back? Okay, great. Because you are up next after we struggle against this one sufficiently. Whoops. And so yeah, Terminator, you could see that was the issue again that time, that I hit the P-switch on the left and got stuck behind the P-switch on the right, which you can see on the screen here. And because it is a huge momentum killer, like if you don't land accurately. So in some ways, I think the two floating P-switches make this slightly harder rather than easier. If you don't know that that's the thing you have to play around. Whoa, that was a surprise. I did not expect that to come so soon. Now, okay, so here's something interesting. Because of the fact that the spring remained alive, I was not crushing the stump, and so I could stay alive there, even though I had technically failed the big mushroom condition. I don't know if there's another big mushroom check that happens a little bit later, but notice how as soon as the spring becomes available as landing location, that I could just stay alive indefinitely from what I had seen of the level. So I don't know if that's something that you've already corrected for Terminator with some kind of later power-up check, but it's something to be aware of. That I'm no longer interacting with the snub anyway. And I'll catch up on the chat in just a bit. We should probably focus on a few more run-throughs of this first. Oops, missed that. And yeah, I'm seeing new stuff in this game all the time. There's sometimes a lot of cynicism among older players, especially those coming in from Maker 1, that think that Maker 2 has already been creatively exhausted. I really don't think that's the case. I think there's still lots to play with that we haven't seen, or haven't seen in a polished form, like, you know, technical discoveries that people haven't really figured out a good use for yet, for instance. So yeah, we're getting a little better at this, at least. Although we are knocking out that Thwomp a bit too often, perhaps. Yeah, you do need to react really quickly to the trampoline here. Okay, so that's the check, is after Bowser you have, I think, the one-way panel peel off the trampoline and then enforce the stump landing, which means that at that point you can't have the big mushroom. I feel like this would be more forgiving if you had 2 stumps as the platform rather than 1. I don't know if that would break anything. I don't think it should. But that's why we very often see, like, Thwomp trains with multiple stumps instead, when I have seen Thwomp train levels in the past. Because then you don't have so many of these issues with the slipperiness. Because notice how quick the reaction time has to be there, from the drop to the vertical ascent. But yeah, fun concept for sure. Whoops. Yeah, need to be really quick. Oh, no, I needed to... So, the arrows are telling me something back and forth. I clearly need to have the start at that point to kill Bowser, but I don't know if I'm just supposed to cut through him directly, or if the implication was that I needed to stay on the Thwomp, or do something similar. I couldn't quite tell. Like, I don't know what the back and forth arrow means after Bowser, and I'm not exactly sure what our kill method here is going to be. I actually don't think 2 stumps would make it too easy. I mean, you can try it and see if that's the case. But it would make the level more focused on dodging, I think, and less about the slipperiness off the stump. I mean, you know, the difficulty tuning is always just kind of a matter of your own creative license, and if it feels right to you, it feels right, but it's more that, I think, you know, dying to the mushrooms is more fun than dying to slipping off the side of the stump. That's just my reading of it. Because you do need to kind of do a lot of jump control already. It's not a big deal, though. I'm just sort of imagining what it would be like with 2. And seeing if that would affect very much. I mean, as with the many shell ride levels that we played with from you, Terminator, I can see that having a 1-tile wide landing location is part of the objective that you're going for here. And you'll remember from all of those shell ride levels that slipping off the side when I was landing was a huge problem with how I played those as well. Whoops. And yeah, Supernova, what's with that? And Not doing a first try on levels. Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of Twitch? Yeah, Terminator, there are ways to do multiple stump setups. They would have to be done with a bit of a drop, if you know what I mean. Like, we've seen a lot of Thwomp Train levels before that use all kinds of configurations, like 2 stumps, 4 stumps. 4 stumps on a big one, for instance. Because sort of the Thwomp Stump type of platforming level is actually relatively common. I mean, obviously the novelty here is the whole interaction with the big mushroom. That's something very fresh. But you don't need to do it as a hard stack, right? Like, you can do it as an object drop. The interesting thing about this, though, is that it's kind of budgetarily very cheap setup in that you don't even need to bother with getting rid of the chomp onto stump, since you just expect the star to do it for the player anyway. That's one thing I should keep in mind, that I'm partly actually dying to star momentum. That the star is partly why I'm overshooting everything. Okay. Nope, slip. And Darth Zane, thank you for World 4-62 to Grindstone. Oops. Brain Heroes, welcome. Spicy Kaizo, I wonder what kind of music track that one's gonna have. Okay, let's try it again. Nope, massively overshooting. So, Terminator, when you were building this out segment by segment, like, I'm just sort of thinking about whether you were accommodating the superstar momentum as you went. Like, were you kind of building around the expectation that you would be jumping with star speed? Because it feels like I'm pulling back constantly, as though some of the jumps were tuned. Or without star, initially. Obviously, you would have needed to test this from the start to get the thwomp in motion, so I know you kind of tested it thoroughly top to bottom as you went, but... I guess partly balancing the star momentum versus the needs of the camera, right? That you can't have things too spaced out just as a way of accommodating the visibility of everything that's headed to the player. You know, you can't be jumping wildly off screen or anything. We have a raid from Grekowski. Grekowski coming in with the Puzzle Club. Let's give you a big shout out. I certainly hope the stream over there went well today. So thank you to the people who came in, and also for the new submission from Grim. And yeah, RX7, man, good to see you here as well. However briefly. Whoops. And yeah, we'll hopefully get to people relatively soon. I mean, I have not really been doing very well today, feeling maybe a bit rusty in this game after not having played it much recently. But thank you for sending Grim's Skybound Chateau. We'll see what that's like when we get to it. Oh, whoops. Okay, RX7 man, you're saying goodnight to Grekowski. Yeah, likewise. Hope everything went well over there. We played some of Grekowski's puzzle, non-puzzle, platforming style levels, rather, in yesterday's stream. That was an experience in its own right. Okay, let's have this. And I'm still sliding right off as soon as I tap the directional button even once, so, you know, obviously we do need to correct for that and get a little bit of solidity back to the landing here. You played a couple of puzzles, a couple of trolls, and a music level. The audio is flickering again. Yeah, we've had a sporadic issue with that on this stream. Let's see if we can get it to quit. We've had to reset the audio once already. Give me a moment. Okay, do let me know if that's a little bit better now. And we'll hopefully not have too many of those disruptions. I should eventually invest in a more capable setup that will avoid some of the technical issues we have and also allow me to stream in higher quality generally, but until at that time, we'll make do with Mario Maker plus occasional audio disruption. Oops. So yeah, we'll see how far I can make it here. It's, yeah, so far we've made it as far as Bowser. That's going to be too late a landing. I don't really know about hitting that second set of P's. It still seems to me like it's easier if we just skip it, but hard to tell as we go from one attempt to the next. Also, Supernova, happy belated birthday. We've been playing a number of levels that were presented to you as a birthday gift recently. I got all the way to the secret path in Lucca's only to completely miss the pipe that led to the cake, apparently. So, no cake for me, but that's what happens when we show up to the party late. Okay. Nope. Yep, can't do any kind of adjustment there. Need to land firmly. And even so, no, I mean, you have enough forward momentum that you slip off if you don't really face left into that landing, I think. Maybe the implication is that you do jump immediately and just maintain momentum, but... Grim, you have to go? Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to catch you at some other point. Thank you for dropping by anyway, and we'll see if we can catch up with you at a more convenient hour. Okay, let's grab this. No, yeah, again, really quick reaction time necessary there. Here's the other thing, Terminator. Because the camera in this level is dependent on the player's position, I mean, we are not having any issues with the spring landing accurately on top of the stump. But you'll notice that the centering of the spring sometimes can have some issues. I mean, you're mostly kind of staying on top of the thwomp anyway, camera-wise, and so the timing isn't going to vary too much. We haven't had any issues with consistency, but I'm just thinking about how, you know, the manner of your approach towards the spring drop does affect the timing at which it happens relative to the thwomp. Which is why it keeps catching me off guard, I think, because it is a camera-dependent spawn. Rather than something dependent on player action, like, you know, activating a switch or something. And so that drop causes some issues when it comes to reaction time. Like, it always happens a little too quickly and a little too close, I think, and it's because of the way that it seems to be just this camera-bound drop from the ceiling. Nuga Kaza, we're already redeeming one skip to queue here with Terminator's level, so I don't think I'll do yours right away. We will want to get through a little bit more of the queue first, because this is already the first redemption of the day. And Grim, you're telling me the Nugu level is fantastic. Yeah, I look forward to that. Yeah, I mean, the spring is at least landing from every attempt that I've seen, so it's not a problem or anything. But it is scrunched up really close to the next mushroom stack after that. So just as a kind of readability consideration, if I'm sort of in the air when the spring is dropping, there isn't much time to land in and get the additional jump that I need. So we'll see what we can do with it. I haven't gotten back there very often recently. Okay. Nope. Bad idea. Okay, that was a good landing for once. There we go. No more star. And then additional stars here, and then... Oh, I see. There's the... Yeah, okay, so there's the spring that bumps the thwomp backwards. And so that's what the back and forth arrows are all about, right? Because if you stay on the stump the whole time, then you hit Bowser and defeat him, but then the sideways trampoline that comes off the track bumps the thwomp. I don't actually know what's supposed to happen in that stage, but we'll see that soon enough. There we go, like that. Whoa, okay, I see. So you just need to kind of hold steady. And if it's not giving you a diagonal, you just stay on and don't jump, and stay cool. Yeah, it seems like every required jump is kind of denoted by the diagonal arrows, so in the absence of a diagonal arrow, we shouldn't do some kind of reactive jump. We should just trust that the thwomp is going to do its job. Yeah, it's easier without second P, as you'll see there. So we'll do the bump here, we'll do the bump here. And then, oh, there we go. That's to clear. And Supernova, that's a very good observation that the thwomp would retreat after the third boop. That's an edge case that I was not actively thinking about. Anyway, thank you for that, Terminator. Glad we got through it. And we'll mark that as a win. Let's get back into the queue. So yeah, Nugu Kaza, we'll see how we're doing. I'll accelerate you ahead at some point if I can, but I do want to get through some of the people who have been waiting since the start of the stream. If we have somebody like a dropout or absence later, Nugu Kaza will try to sneak you in. But for now, I don't want to do like consecutive skips. And Tomorio, welcome back. Yeah, Luca, let's dial that up. Luca, this code, L8V, etc., looks very much like the dummy code that says level code that people sometimes use in their stream titles. There's a bit of a resemblance from a distance. Anyway, Toadette hopping incessantly crashes constructions. Let's take a look. So yeah, Tamario, thank you for World 1-1 Unseen Japan release. We'll hopefully get to that soon enough. Okay, so this time we do touch these mushrooms in low gravity. How do we do the 50 coin? I don't know. I think we need to bounce and then weave over to the side and then bounce. Whoops. Said bounce. And Supernova, if you need to avoid spoilers, that's perfectly fine. We won't tell you what Rosebud is revealed to be at the end of this level. Or who killed Toadette in the rather unexpected twist. Okay, so we bump one and then we... Oh, I didn't realize that was a wall. And then... Here we go. So yeah, we've got the right idea here. I think we just bump one. Then we need to go pretty quickly to go over, I think. Even with... riding out the low gravity here. Change character, I shouldn't need to ask. And it'll be Toadette's turn soon enough, I'm sure. Well, I wasn't expecting that soon, but we'll take it. Anyway, Thick Toadette is going to throw her weight around. Whoops. So yeah, I wonder if that was the right idea, like jumping on the right side block and then doubling back to left side block. Or if we're supposed to just go forward the whole time. No, I think we do it this way, and then we land, and then we kind of ride that left to right, so we kind of need to land back on that second block, slightly left of center. And then Terminator, I'm not going to do the bidding war right away. We do need to give Toadette a bit of a chance here to show off what she's capable of. But let's get over here. Whoops. Oh, okay, no, he goes over here. I was wondering where the mole was going to go, and just didn't read that very accurately. And then... Yeah, informally, when we have a change character redemption, I try to at least keep it for one level that I'm playing. But we have had some bidding wars in the past, and we just handle things as they come up. Oh yes, this is the mole segment. Let's do it. Then... dunk this. That was too soon. And then I get up to the POW, and I smash the POW upon the landing, and that opens up the muncher down below. Okay. Pretty understandable. Let's bob this. Nope, let's not go quite that quickly. Yeah, pretty interesting day we're having so far with two completely different big mushroom levels in a row. Doesn't happen too often. Okay. Nope, too slow. You know, That 50 coin we haven't done anything with so far. I think maybe... How do we even do that? Curious. I mean, I guess you would have to go up top somehow. Like, you would need to take the ceiling at some point and kind of jump all the way back, right? Because this is built on the half screen, except that we have ground blocks that would obstruct the ceiling. If it's a scroll stop. Like, once you jump up top, then it's not obstructed. So, in order to get the 50 coin, you kind of need to go all the way back at some point. No, that was wrong. Keep going with a level despite getting hit. If I want to scout ahead, maybe, but... That's not a terrible idea. Some things here I think you would kind of need to bounce for, maybe? No, we haven't seen anything that's kind of absolutely requiring that yet. So yeah, we'll retain that jump and then land like this. So yeah, the POW landing, for instance, you would not have been able to do if you had lost a big mushroom. The POW activation requires you to have this be active. Okay. And then, oh, no. No, that's a stump jump. Like, we need to jump off the stump and then come over here. Yeah, it's an immediate jump off the stump. And then, after this, you get a bounce off of that dangling block, and then we need to bounce to the left so we get projected over to the right. And yeah, Luca has watched me play enough by now to know that I practice things very inefficiently. Nope, too late. That was poor adjustment. Down we go. And I'm sure you tuned this to be beatable first cycle, but we're not going to do it. Whoops. That would require cutting a few additional corners, perhaps, and just going a little more quickly in general. Like, that was probably doable first cycle, but let's take this calmly. There we go. I thought we were going to get into ceiling trouble there, and that was correct. In all the wrong ways. No, let's not do this impulsively. Let's actually wait. And let's wait for this one to cycle around. Once again. Okay, much better headroom that time. Let's take this down and do the moles. Okay, need to get plenty of height on this one. Nope. Yeah, I should just hold that as a full jump the whole way. I don't need to be too concerned about the mole running too far to the right because I want it to be positioned a little to the right anyway in order to make it to the POW block. So we just need to get in the habit of doing a maximum float after that mole jump. Yeah, the ceiling over the first block is surprisingly lenient. I don't need to worry about it too much. I do need to worry about my centering over the dry bones so we don't run into ceiling trouble over there. And let's head back down. There we go. Much, much better. And over we go. Nice full jump. Pow, and back down we go. Okay, it's gonna be a stump jump. No, I missed. I knew what I was supposed to do. Okay, so here we crush this block. We bump this to the left on the way over. That will bump me over to this block on the right. Now, why on earth would that be a side thwomp that we see in the top right after that? I don't know what that's going to interact with. And we'll have to find out the hard way. Okay, now let's come down here. And let's do this again. There we go. Not enough height. Yeah, that is tricky. You need to anticipate the stump contact well in advance, I think. I don't know if I'm also catching it too low, like whether I need to, whoops, kind of catch the stump before the thwomp is all the way down, but you added that honk sound effect because you know I usually explain things while ducking. Do I really? Oh, I see, okay. I didn't know I had that habit, actually. I wonder why it is. Like, whether it is a specific mechanical thing that was useful in some other context. Yeah, why would I do that? Okay, there we go. Nope. So the issue that I ran into there was that I did not reverse my direction quickly enough out of hitting the sideways spring. I was still pulling back to the left for a bit too long after I made contact, and that cut too much momentum. These 50 coins, by the way, look like a whole lot of bait. I don't actually see how to do very much with them. But we'll see. I mean, like I said, maybe there's a way to kind of reverse your way all the way back to the first one. For whatever reason. There we go. Nope, still a poor reversal. Yeah, in the interest of getting through everybody today, I will likely close the queue at the end of this level. Because usually it makes sense to do so kind of between the 1.5 to 2 hour mark on the stream if I want to finish at a reasonable time, without running into too much of a risk of an emergency stop. But yeah, so hopefully most of you will be able to stay to be played. We'll just make that decision accordingly. There we go, that's smooth. Oh, and that was not so smooth. So that is going to be a landing that comes after having already broken one block, so that's going to be a safe landing that I can make, and then I can scout ahead to whatever the camera is revealing from that point, I think. It should be the way it works. Yeah, the momentum correction is actually pretty lenient in low gravity. The ceiling, however, is something that I should work around. Alright, let's do this. See, now I'm terribly self-conscious about the habit of crouching while I'm trying to say something. We'll probably still do it from time to time, but now I'm paying entirely too much attention to that. Okay. Let's go back over here, and up we go. Alright, so side thwomp. Oh, no, that's a bad idea. Bad idea. Okay. The 50 coin was totally bait. Okay, I see. The side thwomp is going to drop something. It's going to drop something that I can use it to land on. I understand that now, and then that will get me over to the next breakable block, which is going to be once again designated by a track. Oops. The things that you realize are about to happen as soon as you go for the money. Alright. Nope, I realized I was going to be too far to the left. And yes, Lucan agreed as a powerful motivating force. Speaking of which, now is the time for a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. So I can make some extra pennies. And okay, let's get over here. Yeah, if I were actually serious about trying to monetize this stream in an effective fashion, you would not see the kind of content that we do here, perhaps. I would rather show you the kind of content we do here. Actually, there are a lot of really high-quality maker streamers that have not needed to compromise too much on content. What does that drop? Ah, okay, so I need to just jump towards that gap in the center and get within range of the thwomp and then kind of drop in the natural place to fall back down. But I want to maximize my height on that jump. And okay, here we are. And get over here. Nope, that was a bad landing. I kind of knew that was not going to go. Sometimes you can just tell before the jump actually happens. That was another one of those circumstances where you could tell that success was unlikely. Nope. Too late. And back down we go. Drop on this, and then let's try to do this a bit more accurately this time. Whoops. There we go. Like I said, the headroom is fairly lenient here as long as you don't play disastrously. And control your falling angles somewhat accurately. There we go. So we need to jump up directly under the thwomp and then let the trampoline fall a little bit past me and then land on it. That is tricky. I guess maybe I need to go back down and bounce on the question block in order to do that, because otherwise there's no way I can actually get the spring below me without that additional bounce. I believe I will need to crush that block. I don't see a way to do it otherwise. Anyway, let's get back down. Get back to the mole segment. I'm always in awe of just how incredibly versatile Monty Moles are in this game. What a wonderful enemy design. There we are. Too low. That is correct, though. The timing was not right, but the method is absolutely the solution. So let's just wait again. And proceed. And we'll finally change our facing direction after having faced left for much of that sequence. Whack the pow. Then we'll do this. It's going a little bit more smoothly. Nope. Poor reversal. So yeah, I just need to change my directional timing there when we do make contact with the sideways spring. Up we go, and back down. And then the whole POW sequence here, very satisfying. Okay. Whoops. Oh, I see. No, I saw the question block dangling there and for some reason thought I would be blowing it up. It's just there artistically to signify that it is hanging off that piece of ground. But so far up to that point, I had just kind of mentally associated the tracks with smashing up the blocks, and so that was a bit of a reading error to expect a bounce there that would not have got me very far anyhow. Anyway, let's go back down. And the adventure continues. Nope. I didn't sustain a jump for long enough that time. A number of avoidable issues here. Hey, back down we go. Okay, let's dip down here. Smash to POW. And we've made that mistake plenty of times already. And let's wait. Okay, all of this is more or less consistent. Stump sometimes gives me trouble, but not so much recently, I say, as I fail to make it over. And yeah, for those who don't play with the big mushroom that often, the stump jump works just like a P jump does normally. You just need to hit the jump button as soon as you make contact in order to get that secondary bounce. And yeah, Youth Raider, like I said, I do tend to take quite some time per level, so hopefully you are able to stay long enough to be played. And I do just go in order, so it's alright if you need to dip out for a bit in the meantime, as long as you are here later. There's certainly no expectation that people are kind of 100% attentive to my stream while they are waiting. I know that's not how it works. Oops. Okay, let's do this accurately. So now we're going to land here. We're going to get over to that block. We smash the block. The thwomp is going to launch the Spiny, and then we need to land on a Spiny. So let's just jump on this and miss. You just realized the sound effect for breaking the blocks is the same as hitting the dry bones and moles coming out of the ground. Interesting. I was not paying too much attention to that. Oh, I see. Yeah. Things you don't necessarily think about. The spring jump being a little bit funky, yeah, it was. If you're talking about the one that gives you a bit of side momentum. We're used to it by now. Having seen a lot of different concepts that depend on it. Like this one here. Whoop. There we go. Oh, you mean the one here too, yeah. I do need to kind of let up a little bit into that jump. Anyway, we'll go over here. And then, wait a minute. Oh, okay, no, and then you wrap around. I didn't see what was going on there. I just didn't read accurately what it was the big spine was clinging onto, so... But now it's very clear. Oh, I know how to do this. And let's bump this. And this. Okay, this is starting to get a little bit more familiar. Yeah, the one that falls, yeah. Yeah, like I said, you do need to manually lose a bit of height going into that. I see what we're hitting now. Okay. There we go. Checkpoints. We have even more. Okay, we hit the Boo Ring. And then we need to kind of get off immediately after that. That's fine. That can be done. And then we'll jump this. And then the spiny is going to lower, and then we need to bounce into it. Whoa, okay, no, I didn't realize how that bounce was going to go. Hey, that was decent progress, though, for the first read of this section. So, we'll hopefully not take as long as we did with Section 1 with all this stuff. But yeah, given that a lot of the concepts of this level are familiar at this point, it's nice to see this second part go rather successfully. Whoops. It does seem a lot easier, because you're kind of familiar with how to read everything at this point. And so there's really just the added element of time pressure. Whoops. Let's not start over, that would be a terrible idea. So you've seen people one-shot this section? Yeah, I mean, we got through a pretty sizable chunk of it ourselves, so... Nope, let's not start over. I have to really catch myself in that habit. Okay, there we go. Lower this guy. And then we wait for this bounce to do its job. No, I need to hit this on his side. Okay. Yeah, my timing was a little bit off because I didn't read that accurately, but I do clearly need to do the trampoline reversal myself. It's interesting that side trampoline actually kind of serves that dual purpose as a launcher as well as a boost for myself when I get there, if I'm reading that accurately. Okay. Alright, let's position ourselves in this column. And then... Okay, so you don't actually need to hit the spring yourself then, but you do need to kind of stay in the jump long enough to land on a spiny as it bounces back. That was more or less accurate, I just reacted poorly to succeeding at the POW hit at the very end. Okay. Now I need to bounce off to the side myself, then. If I understand this. Oh, okay. That I probably should have expected. Yeah, I see now the positioning of that trampoline is only one tile above instead of two, and so it's out of range for side bounce. Or at least it's not a very clean hit. So I guess it is just a spiny launch. Okay, here we are. Nope. That's okay, I'm pretty confident we'll get through this at this stage. It's feeling like a pretty smooth experience. It's just a matter of fixing up a couple of minor errors like that along the way and remembering not to restart the whole thing, which is always a slight risk factor. And yeah, just need to watch my leg room there, as well as my sideways momentum. And then land here, and then we go over the mole that comes out the side, and then I need to bump that, and then that's actually it at the end. The double bounce with a winged mole is probably something I'll also be doing with the big mushroom, so we just needed to not take the hit there, and that's actually the end of this section. So we need a better side bounce coming off of the first mole in the multi-mole column, and that's really just the one issue to sort out that we have not been able to execute yet. And then understanding some of the double bounces on the winged moles after that is just the last piece of the puzzle. So, progressing nicely, I think. Okay. Let's bounce over here. Launch the mole. Launch this mole. Nope. Not quite. There's a bonus section. Okay, I guess we're going to be here for another hour then. Because, yeah, why let the other checkpoint go to waste? Nope. Luca, I don't know if we'll necessarily do the bonus. Just given the queue currently. But we'll see, because if I don't do it today, we'll definitely go back for it in some kind of backlog stream. Which, by the looks of it, we'll probably have to do anyway to at least account for Mang's level from earlier. In terms of plans this week, though, I'm hoping to do at least one puzzle day. I do want to get to Super Korean World at some point, because that looked extremely exciting. Oh, we need to bounce off the thing on the side. Yeah, okay. But yeah, from what I've played with this level so far, now that we've learned it, I'm actually fairly confident that we could redo the level if we're going for the bonus section on a different day. I'm not worried about my ability to do that and recover our progress here. Oh, whoop. Massively overshot that. That was a bad idea. Anyway, let's do this. Move over. And that's pretty clear. Let's not blow this segment this time, and let's remember all the side bounces that are necessary. There we go. We can take a look. If we die, we'll just come back and take the flank, probably. Let's see how bad it is. Hello. Uh-oh. Well, given that we have to deal with Lemmy, probably pretty bad. Oh, this looks really interesting. Let's do a few attempts. Not much. We'll keep this under control, but... this looks very interesting. Yeah, we're likely not doing it today, actually. Looking at the kind of thing I'll have to learn here. One more shot, and then that's going to be it for now. And then we will close the queue after that, so this is going to be last call. So yeah, if you jump immediately, it seems like the timing works a lot better. Then that float is going to give me trouble, so let's grab the flag. If I don't grab the flag, it'll be easier to remember that I still have to do the bonus, but let's grab the flag. And I guess you pop out the key door from the other side once you finish that segment. So that's a partial GG. And yeah, judging from the time there, the second segment didn't take that long at all, so... thank you for that, Luca. And... what have we got? So, yeah, let's see what we've got up next. Let me check the list that we currently have. So we had a queue skip request from Nugukaza. I'm not going to honor that yet because we already had one skip, but it will depend on whether we have some other people drop out, because maybe we will accelerate that level if so. Bounce on the side of the ball. Actually, that would not have occurred to me. Melkor, awaken if you are still here. Melkor, it is time to awaken. Melkor, of course, being from the early ages of the history of Middle-earth. Those of you familiar with your Tolkien. Melkor, I think, may actually have dropped, but that's okay because Melkor, I think, submitted documents level anyway. Which I wanted to replay at some point because my recording of it yesterday was extremely choppy. But since Melkor does not appear to be here, we will pass on to whoever's next. So that'll likely be Giant Hairball. Let's just do a quick next here. Okay, so here is what we're going to do with the order, just so people are aware. Nugukaza, if we do your Q skip, I will do it after Youth Raider, I think, because we already had Mang appear once in the stream. But we'll see how the pacing of this and the next level goes, and whether we can do it. Grinder Challenge Super Expert, and that is an 8-second record with very few clears. But also a high percentage of the people who have tried it, so we'll just grind against it until we make some progress, I suppose. Quite easy compared to the other ones. Okay, good to know. We'll hopefully speed through it. Grab all 6 coins. Oh, okay, so it's just a precision thing where we don't fall there, but we just need to ground pound the edges, by the looks of it. Yeah, I don't do this pixel precision stuff well at all, but we have 100 seconds, so... nope, we're gonna fall in the pit. So it's mostly just being able to stick the pixel perfect landings. And if we do get the landing, we kind of need to go right to the edge of the block so we don't stomp into the blade. Nope. Yeah, precision is not my strength at all, but we'll try to make it happen. And we'll see. Yeah, luckily the corners that we're dealing with here are not as bad as a lot of precision challenges. Like, you do have a little bit of wiggle room. As long as I keep the landing straight and without sliding off the edges. Having to do 6 of these, though, is going to be a challenge. Given that consistency here is not really my strength so far. And yeah, I can see what you mean by the last jump being the easy one, given that you can just head off to the side of the flag. Nope, too close. You need to stand right on the edge there. And, you know, we can't take forever, but the timer is still generous enough that the timer isn't going to be the thing that kills me. I would think. I mean, you can only spend so long to line up to jump anyway. But yeah, going over the blade seems to be the trickiest thing. Going blade to blade is probably not too bad, because at least you're kind of coming in from the open side. That leads to an interesting implication, which is, what if we do it this way? And just kind of skip back and forth, so we're always going towards the open side. I actually like that idea. It might be a bad idea, but I like it. Except it would require us to do additional jumps that we normally wouldn't have to do, so let's maybe not do that. Okay. Also, I don't really know why you do the Muncher Pit here anyway, because the thing about this is that this is totally doable with just a bottomless pit, right? If you wanted that to be a failure condition. I mean, I guess it's clear after you fail it once that you can't go to the lower level. But functionally, it's the same thing if you just create a bottomless pit, right? Anyway, there we go. That was not too bad. Yeah, 10-second timer, then I would not be able to do it. There are some players who would, but no way for me. But yeah, 8-second record. I mean, the world record is there to chase for people who actually tried to do this kind of thing quickly. Thank you for that, Giant Hairball. Youth Raider, you are going to be next. Oh, I forgot. I did say I was going to close the queue, so let's close up. Because otherwise we will have trouble getting through the rest of this. Sometimes if I do finish extra early, I do reopen for people who show up late to the stream. But I cannot always guarantee that will happen, so for now we are closed. And let me just make sure the bot is displaying that properly. And yeah, Giant Hairball, thank you for staying long enough to see that come up. No, it's a long way to my stream sometimes. A mushroom's poison by Ahahaha. It's actually just Ahaha, but close enough. Will the poison be instant or speedrun? So a poison that is instant is faster than a poison that is a speed run, right? Because a speed run isn't instant, a speed run takes time. Let's not overthink it. Oops. Okay, so we jump over there, we catch the Shelmet on top of... Oh, okay, I didn't expect a bullet. That's one wrinkle in the plan. And then... yeah, we bash this. Okay, we're going to have timer issues, but I'm still learning this, so let's... And here we are going to have some time pressure from the poison level coming up, so... yeah, the only thing with this is that the bullet does come as a bit of a surprise, but I guess if you hold the shell into that, then... you just kind of anticipate where the bullet is going to be and jump directly to the claw. It's kind of down diagonal from the claw, and then you just need to do a soft bounce into that. Hard to anticipate the bullet, but... okay. And then you kind of need to jump directly into that on-off slot, otherwise I think we will run into time issues here. No, this is going to be a spin jump over to the right. And then I don't know what's going on with the on-off column from that point. 26 seconds in the pipe, let's see how tight that's going to be. Obviously we do need to twirl into that. We'll spin onto the thwomp, and it is going to be a trampoline on the right side of that thwomp. 26 seconds, seems like we can get that consistently, even if we are losing a bit of time towards that. The thwomp, once we activate it, is going to go towards the on-off switch on the right side. And so we'll get over there and see what happens. Yeah, the visibility on the first bullet is not really great, but we've learned it. So hopefully that's not going to be an issue. 21 seconds in this door. I had too much of a slide at the end there. I don't think I actually needed those coins, so we'll just do this. Oh, I didn't see the wall over there. 10 seconds. Hang on. 5 seconds. Yeah. Too much stalling at the end of that thing there. 3 seconds. We're not going to make it. I don't know if the Shelmet's going to be a requirement right at the very end. I would assume it is. Otherwise, you could just damage boost through that segment. So losing a lot of time to the conveyor belt. That seems to be the main risk factor right now. Oops. 20 seconds. That's still going to be too slow, but let's learn the level. Yeah, so why would I be going up top? It's just a bonus, I think, so... oh, this will be too slow, but let's learn it. Yeah, this needs to be right off the edge, as far as I can tell. And yeah, we might do some manual reordering, Darth Zane, to get you in. But we'll determine that based on how the queue is going. Because you have been waiting for quite a long time and you are new, so let's be fair about this. I handle my queue here fairly informally, as people can tell. Just to keep things interesting. 4 seconds. The Shelmet is optional, then the fire part is just cheese. Okay. 0 seconds into the pipe. Yeah, because there's no way to tell, really, given that generally, you know, a lot of platforming design, unless it's very clearly specified, does kind of rest on the assumption that you should never have to take damage unless it's like a central mechanic. So I usually see something like that and I assume that I won't have to. But it's such a huge gain to take damage with the fire bars, right? That it has to be something worth considering. Whoops. Conveyor belt is going to be the death of me every time, it looks like. Yeah, because you can just go through this quickly instead, and then... very nice of these wigglers to catch me just before the moment of death. 26 seconds again. I'm not going to be doing too much better than that. Let's not slide too much. Ground pound cancel there is probably a smarter thing to do, but... Nope, still bumping my head. Really do need to come right off the edge. Nope. Just made a mess of that. Okay, that's a little bit cleaner. Still 21 seconds though. That's not great, but... Okay, 12 seconds. That's the best we've done so far. 9 seconds through this door. That's still reasonable, I hope. 5 seconds, 4 seconds through this pipe. We might be fine. 2 seconds, 1, and then flag. There we go. We were going to die at a flag. That's okay. That's a quick correction. We just need to not stall so much going towards the top of the flag at the end. I kind of had the feeling that I would die at the flag there, given the issue I was having in the final area. 21 seconds, still on par. Whoops. Yeah, we don't really need to go for that 10 coin. Whoops. Too quick a jump there. Yeah, because interestingly enough, if you don't pick it up as a shellmet, you can still fire the shell to get the lower on-off switch. It has a slight variation in the pattern, but keeping the shell is such a huge time gain with the fire bar that I think that has to be worth it. Seems like it would be really tight to actually do the fire bar segments as a fire bar segment. Like, that adds so much time. 21 seconds once again. Oh, stalled a little bit here. Okay, we really have to get this on the first try. 11 seconds, that's a little bit behind, but... Whoa. Okay, good. 7 seconds, that's... not great, but... 3 seconds, that's still gonna be tight. Okay, let's just take bottom. And we hit... And that was 0 on the clock that time, but... Managed to finish, and nice bit of post-flagpole decoration at the very end. So, thank you for that. You use the firebar shellmet thing in your clear check. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how clearable it is. I mean, there is this 27-second record, so clearly there is enough time to lose an extra few seconds in that room, perhaps. But it would be the thing worth checking to see if it's actually doable. Otherwise, it just feels misleading, right? I think it is doable. It just wouldn't be very smart to try it that way. So it would come off to people as cheese, I think, but it's alright. It worked out. Okay, like I said, we might do a little bit of repositioning. Nukukaza, if you don't feel too ripped off at this point, I think we will bring you in with the Q-skip. And... yeah, because I didn't want to let you just hang there forever. If we have no issues with people staying, because I know Darth Zane's been here forever, but you said take your time, so okay, we'll take our time. we'll make sure we get Nugukaza in as requested. And yeah, thank you, Youth Raider, for coming in and submitting. And yeah, always welcome to lurk if I'm taking my time in queue. Squid Game TPB, can you pass all 6 rounds to win the 45.6 billion? In what currency? Good luck, have fun. Well, a 10% level, 10 to 11% or so for Nugukaza, that might be interesting. Not as tight as we usually expect. Let's take a look. I played the test version of this a while ago. Yes, actually, and seeing that this is the dark level, I think I know which one this is. Yeah, I remember, I think. So anyway, thanks for waiting patiently, Nugukaza. Round 1. Fight. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to let this thing pass me, and then we go through. Oh yeah, so we need to face... wait, hang on. I do remember this, it's just that we need to let this pass me, right? And then we boost. So yeah, we basically hit down to cut momentum, that's the idea. But you don't need to face down, you just need to cut momentum. Come to a complete stop. And then... Oh, wow, why is that telling me no? Oh, because something is wrong with taking the outside? What is wrong with that? I'm not really sure. I guess we were supposed to stay in a boundary, but not staying in a boundary didn't seem to actually do anything. Unless we're missing something there. Anyway, here's Yoshi plus keys. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah. Okay, that's why you have to fly precisely, because otherwise the spawn blocks get uncovered there, and yes, I understand now with the arrows. Yeah, because if you overshoot, you run into issues with... Nope. The failure condition that launches when you get onto the key side. And I'll show you once again how that looks, because it's interesting how that's set up. Yeah, because it is based on Yoshi eggs. Like, I think it's Yoshi eggs that are completely stacked everywhere, and if you have the second Yoshi spawn, then you have issues with not being able to get the key. Because you need no Yoshis to spawn on the left, such that you're given an additional Yoshi off of something like a pipe spawn. And then that allows you to grab the key and proceed. I understand that. Interesting gating mechanism, too. Makes that work. That was not part of the early playtest that I did, so this part is definitely new to me. Nope. Anyway, this is just a demo segment to show you not to touch the edge. So, we'll... Nope. That's a mistake. We'll probably just take a quick death. Oh. try it again. Now, I don't need to collect all of the collectible coins, I just need to not hit the boundary. As I understand it. And yes, this gives me second Yoshi. We pop in here, and eventually we'll need to switch back to a P-Balloon, which drops to Yoshi, and allows me to proceed. Thank you, Yoshi. You've been a very valuable companion. Round 3. What is this? Bumping to... Do we need to keep it in position, or... So, I need to do something with the Muncher position. Oh, I need to maintain the Muncher on the conveyor belt. And if I miss too much, then the Muncher falls off, and then that happens. Okay, I understand it. So I think I just need to... Yeah, so I need to maintain this off and drop the Muncher on the right side, I think. So you just need good reaction timing for when a switch activation happens. And then eventually a cycle occurs that allows you to just drop the Muncher to the right. Round 4 before the auto scroll kills me. Okay, here are where the coins become relevant now. Ah, okay, you need to kick the shells. And then you need to probably bounce the shell and then boop it. Nope. Okay. Let's see, because I think I probably need to come in at some kind of diagonal. Or come in lower, in fact, to make it sail upwards. No. Like fly under it, perhaps? Because it's just gonna... Oh, okay. No, that works. Yeah, maybe I need to do some kind of deflection here that... Let's see. Here we go. Now, how do we do this one? Like that. Okay, given that I was more or less guessing, that worked out surprisingly well. P-Balloon, and then what's all this? P-Balloon over platform. Okay. Ah, okay, drop the icicle and then go through. Okay. And drop some icicles together, ideally. And then we are through. Alright, round 6. What is this? Okay, 1-ups look collectible, that's fine. Maybe we need to collect all of them, actually, because maybe there's some kind of power-up gate that will control. Yeah, let's cycle around, let's clean up the whole track. Just in case there is some kind of relevant mechanism. Oh, the goal is right there, okay. And you need to not get whacked on your way to the goal, like I did here. Oh, very nice to P-Balloon to remain in place. There we go. Yeah, nice and easy. Very introductory P-Balloon level by Nugukaza standards, but still with a very interesting diversity of P-Balloon setups and challenges. So, thank you for that. And of course, for the GGs. Did we win 45.6 billion? I don't think we did, but that's okay. Let me just check the list here. Mang is going to be a repeat. That's okay. I did promise a repeat much earlier in the stream. I don't know how long we'll take on it, but we'll at least try to pass that first segment. So this was the first submission that we received much earlier in the stream, and I struggled against it mightily. We'll make a new series of attempts. So, ideally we get past the first section. But in the interest of keeping things moving, we will probably not seriously grind away at it for an hour or something. We've grown up a bit since the last time we saw it, though, so now perhaps we're ready at last for the adult trampolines. Yeah. And then we've at least read a lot of this early stuff earlier, so we understand that and can get through it relatively quickly. Nope. Finding consistent timings for some of this stuff might be valuable. Hey, we've actually kept a pretty big chunk of progress, but it looks of it. This guy was always a problem, though. Nope. Still haven't found the ideal timing for him yet. Let's bump that up. Nope. Like maybe when he's crossing the dash panel on the way back down. Nope. That's too late, I think, because he's too far up at that point. There we go. So, whoops, let's not go that way. That means I can try to get a consistent spacing down here, and maybe we'll be able to get past this section quickly. So I jump as he's coming down to peak. Nope, too late. And then I still have no idea about that dry bone section. So we'll have to see about that later. Nope, still too late. Have to go right at the peak. Yeah, that's correct, but I need to not second guess that. Good. Okay, I was trying to get the wall jump there. That is supposed to be the way to do it. I think maybe I was a bit overconfident about how well we were doing on that attempt. But hey, everything was going well up to that point. And back we go. Nope. Well, we'll just get this 10 coin as compensation for my trouble. So we can pay the parking ticket for still being here. Then up we go. Right at the peak. Can we do the wall jump? Yes, we can. No, we can't. Need a better dry bones positioning to do that. We're doing well enough in this segment that I actually do want to make a few attempts at that coin too. It would be regrettable to do so well only to deliberately skip it. We haven't really put in a true effort to learn it yet. Oops. Yeah, so the timing for that one is I'm taking off from the bottom right dash panel when that hop chop is on the ground, the one that's my display column. So yeah, a lot of this is just learning good reference points for timing so I can get them down consistently if I can. There we go. Now we do the stomp here, and then I need to figure out... Now we need to stomp this guy. And we go over, and that's going to be a long jump to the checkpoint. Okay, that's fine. That's practice. And we'll see if we can get back there. I probably shouldn't have done that. That's the first time I've died to that guy. He's been standing there and threatening me all this time. And yeah, so no, I just needed to understand it was a long jump past the dry bones, but I understand the timing for that when it comes to being able to wrap around to skip squeak with the top right dash panel quickly enough. We're doing so much better than at the top of the stream. I guess I am slightly warmed up now. Like, so much better. Okay. There we go. Too bad I can't kill this guy for vengeance. That's okay. Oh, whoa, that was close. That was not right. And now we're going to have issues with the dry bones up top. That's okay, we'll stomp it when we get up there. Hey, there we go, checkpoint. I probably should have grabbed this coin first before checkpoint so we don't have to deal with it twice, but that's okay. Yeah, because if the skip squeaks are off the ground by themselves with the wings, then they don't respond to the jump, right? That's how I'm understanding it. Except I need to wrap around that a little bit cleaner. On one hand, I'm glad I didn't try to grab this coin before checkpoint, but on the other hand, I need to learn how to do this consistently. There we are. Except we need to hit this thing down below, right? Because then we take the dash panel and we need to come back the other way. I see. Nope. Let's do it this way. And then we need to jump into it. Okay, I get it. Nope, that's a miss. That is the right idea, I just need to control the jump. Nope, I pulled back too much. I need to control the jump height. We do need to maintain full forward momentum if we can. Off the dash panel. So, just need a very light touch on the jump. And we should be okay. No, maybe not. I don't think I can fall into it directly, though. That doesn't seem right. Maybe I do need to fall into it, because even a minimal jump is sailing too far, unless I need to jump like from the top right corner of that dash panel. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Fall into it, I think. We'll try it. No, no way. Absolutely not. There we go. Yeah, it's a minimal jump off the very right side of the dash panel. Notice the swamp that's up top. That looks like it will be relevant to something. Now, what do I do with this guy? I would need a dash panel in order to... Oh, move the swamp and then... oh, swamp left me. Okay. That's fine. We'll respawn it. Nope. Missed. Nope. The 3D world twirl is giving me way too much airtime there. That's the main issue. Just need to not twirl, then. Okay, this thing here, that's gonna be interesting. Long jump through it, probably. I was trying to long jump through it, and missed for some reason, so... Yeah, the skip squeaks here don't matter with the wings and all that. They're not going to do anything to me. At least nothing out of the ordinary. Not going to be very relevant. Okay, this guy we know how to deal with. It's going to be quick. Immediate jump off the very right side of that platform. There we are. Womp, and then we go, and we do not twirl. Okay. Oh, very interesting. The thwomp reversal doing that for me. That's very neat. That was a mistake. That was almost recoverable, too. I just kind of made a poor adjustment at the end. This segment feels easier to learn than the first one, actually, from how we've been doing so far. Maybe I'm just getting used to it. Getting used to playing Mario Maker again, actually. Because we were struggling earlier. Yeah, I'm also doing a little bit better at finding the correct timings in terms of seeing good visual reference points for trying to duplicate my methods from one attempt to the next. And making the right adjustments, like not twirling here. There we go. And, oh, too late on the jump button once again. I am trying to long jump there, I'm just not compensating accurately for the additional speed that I'm getting off the dash panels. Okay. Immediate jump off this. There we go. Take the swamp. We probably should grab that 30 coin at some point, but... Okay, why is the long jump not working for me there? I wonder if... Yeah, no, I'm just slow on the button, I think. The brain-to-finger travel time when it comes to my neural circuitry is maybe not what it used to be when I was younger and more reactive. I mean, in the context of Mario Maker, it has never been great. The brain-to-finger timing. There we go. Nice early long jump there. Actually does the job. No, we need the thwomp to reverse. Nope. Let's do it again. Very satisfying when you do get it. Alright, let's wait for these guys and then... Nope. We can do it. Four coins so far. And here we are at checkpoint 2. That did not go badly. This looks awfully suspicious. Let's check it. Okay. Not exactly the Meng face. I guess it's like a strawberry jelly pie, right? Not exactly a cake, but more of like a strawberry jelly. Unless it is supposed to be the Meng face and we're just not reading it. Anyway, here's an on-off switch that we're not doing anything with. Whoops. So probably one more meaningful coin and one safety coin. And yeah, we need to catch these guys at the peak of their jump. Okay. Nope, bad idea. It is a cake made of Old Meng's hair, yeah. Back in the 4YMM days when Flaming Red was the order of the day. Okay, dash panel and oh, okay. This will be interesting. Maybe I don't jump necessarily and I just let them carry me up. I feel like I have not really learned how to interact with this stuff properly yet. I mean, I am supposed to clearly jump into this first one, but... Dash panel here, that's gonna be... Yeah, that's just purely going to be a timing challenge once again, that I take to jump when I'm still on top of the question blocks, I think, and then... Cool. Got a huge boost. Very nice. I feel like I probably want long jump under this guy, but no, we don't. And why is there something below me there? I guess we don't touch that yet until we stop through the palace. There we go. Nope. Need to maintain momentum. Just like that. See here. Nope, not quite. This is getting a little bit smoother though. Could be better, but I just need a nice light touch and really read the timing of how things are going to come out and assist me. No, that's pretty much the opposite of what I want. Nope. Overshooting slightly every time. Okay, let's see what we can do here. And yeah, that seems to be the main thing to fix so far. And up we go. And let's try to fix it this time. There we are, just needed to find that synchronization. And no sign of coin 5 yet. Whoa, this is going to be interesting. That's very interesting, seeing them all crash against it. And seeing myself not crash against anything whatsoever. Yeah, we still haven't found a good visual reference for this jump off the dash panel yet. We'll have to figure out what that is. Okay, there we are. Nope. Just need to predict when I am going to make it. And yeah, Green Heroes, that's 3D World for you. Collision Central. Oh, very nice of that bully to do its job and give me a coin, which we will keep before we lose everything. Nope. So yeah, at least we know how coin 5 is going to work. That's just practically given to me by the bully. Didn't seem to take too much work. As long as we get the bully to position itself against that block. So yeah, I was actually watching the biting, chopping animation for the dash panel now, and that seems to work consistently. Here we are. Yeah, it's all about just finding something that allows me to replicate the same timing every time I succeed. Whoa, no, bad idea. That was just a landing that was too far to the left of the bully, I think, and then... Yeah, we'll watch the chop. And then I want to land on the dash panel when the chop happens. Not quite. I was trying to demonstrate in that time, and I was just slightly off. Okay, let's try to find a good cycle this time. There we are. Excellent. And yeah, that synchronization is going better as well. People who have watched this stream for a long time know that that's exactly the kind of timing challenge that we crash against endlessly. You know, where there's a little bit of delay between your input and the landing spot that you need to hit a target in motion. Nope. That's an overshot. Nope. Okay, let's see if we can do a little bit better. Okay, that's working out. Slight improvement. Let's try it again. Nope. Have to wait. Okay, that's one. That's the bully. There we go. Just need the hop chop to get me all the way up. Now, this is the one we had trouble with. There is a very clear marker for where we should be aiming with this. And we are nowhere close to it. I feel like we actually kind of need to dash into that directly from the exclamation marks once we're alive. And maybe the first cycle is just going to naturally give it to me, but... It's hard to tell because there is going to be a bit of variance that's introduced by going up high for coin 5. And I don't quite know how to deal with that yet. There we are. And down we go, refreshing special. Okay. I seem to be almost right, actually, to just kind of go directly into it like that, but we're a little bit behind what I needed to make that work. So, not quite managing it. Nope, overshot. And back down we go. We're getting quite close. And yeah, just need to hit the hop chop quickly enough. No, going fast is not going to do it. It seems like jump early on those jumps and adjust myself with a twirl. I don't know about that. Given a 3D World twirl always throws me off a little bit with its rather sharp falling angle. There we go. These parts are all going better at least. Okay, alright, let's actually wait for this one this time. No, not even close. Yeah, I see what you mean actually, because the hop chops come so quickly out of the pipe that I can't just react to the spawn timing from the pipe. Do 5 ground pound cancels to adjust the timings. That is a recipe for disaster. Okay, let's go refreshing special once again. That always gets us ready for this part. Oh, no, no, no. That was way off. That's going a lot better, at least. Anyway. Much, much better. Okay. Nope. You know what this reminds me of is actually that Goomba fountain level that was also by Manga, and which also gave me the same trouble with exactly the same kind of obstacle. You know, with the bounce pattern from underneath that kind of projects them up in a parabolic fashion. Okay, down we go. Very good. Nope, not so good. Right into the teeth of the Hop Chop. Not exactly our finest hour. Reminds you of Ant Run Fast. Yeah, it kind of does. I'm trying to remember what that looked like, but I think that also involved dash panel launches, right? Nope. Nope, let's wait. Just have to know when to back down. There's a Hop Chop that's kind of up top there too, that's interesting. It's not doing anything. Okay, managed to catch that in time, that's good. There we go. So that time my jump timing was when the previous Hop Chop was at its peak. That was the approach. And if I can recreate that every time, that'll be great. Oh, dangerous. Very dangerous. Well, I'll need to recreate that anyway, I guess. But I should have just stood on top of the icicles, in fact. That was probably going to be safe. As a way of doing things. But we'll see if we can replicate the timing now that I've actually found it for the first time. I'm not worried about the other stuff leading up to that point, but that jump is punishing. Okay, at its peak. There we go. I guess that's what the arrow was trying to tell me in the first place. That was a tricky landing. Okay. Let's refresh once again. And why do I have a key? Well, we'll find out in just a moment. Oh, because there's a key box at the very bottom, I guess? Do we just run into it directly? Yeah, we do, okay. Oh, this is for Supernova's birthday, isn't it? Yeah. AC/DC. How very thoughtful. His favorite. It's dynamite, hence the POW, right? It's TNT. Anyway. Managed to get that one out of the way, so thank you for the level. It seems like a second segment with this one was precisely what was needed. Only 23 minutes of improvement remaining until we are as good at trampolining as Luca. Let's mark that as a win. Merlin, welcome. And yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely get through the rest, Dark Zane, Green Heroes tomorrow, and then we'll see how we're doing for time. But I'm pretty confident we'll get through the remaining list, depending on the levels, of course. And Dark Zane just said GG, so thank you for waiting and lurking all this time. You've been here for hours. World 462, the Grindstone. Your decent lead you to an ancient ore processing plant. Mole people? This is from December 2020, so this one has been kicking around for a while. It looks like we'll be dealing with spike balls and skewers. Let's take a look. And so yeah, Merlin, who just came in, we'll see if we have time for a reopening for new people afterwards. I don't know if I will. But like I said, we'll definitely have time to get through the actual queue. So I'm still kind of in 3D world mode and mentally thinking I can twirl, although this is obviously not the case. Yeah, very interesting idea here, though. In that I have to watch both the grinder timing and the spike ball timing. The spike ball is probably the more critical piece. And we'll just kind of keep the grinders in our peripheral vision. Whoops. And yeah, I know that currently you are even earlier than usual if you are here from Europe, given that North America moved onto daylight time a little bit early. And so I do expect that, you know, some of our regulars from Europe are coming in well past closing. Notice the door that is up top here. There is going to be some kind of surprise drop back to the start if we are not careful with seeing where we're going. Whoops. Either that or is there some kind of state change later, perhaps? We'll see. But there is a door up top that we should be aware of. I'm hitting the ceiling. That's a bad idea. Now, here's the thing. If I just spin jump, then at least I don't necessarily need to worry about collision with a spike ball, but I feel like a spin jump catching me by surprise is still going to be death. That's not a good timing. I should stop going for it. Let's count how many bounces we're going to get off of this guy. 1, 2, 3, and then let's go after maybe 4. That was actually correct. We just needed to wait a little bit longer for the spike ball to get across. So we'll go after 4. I've lost count already. There we go. This one, we spawned in the 2 blades simultaneously, so the synchronization worked in my favor. Here's the thing. Depending on how the player positions the camera, you're going to see different synchronizations of the blades on the tracks because of how they spawn. Because of that, the patterns are not always going to be the same sort of difficulty. Because the desynchronization can become a pretty huge issue, but that's just something you have to improvise around every time you play. And I'm just still watching this timing. Okay, there we go. Anything else? Let's not hit the icicle. There we go. I like this idea of having the optional checkpoint, in fact. Whoops. Specifically because that kind of thing is liable to happen. But, you know, the idea of a checkpoint that you kind of have to go out of your way to do a little extra to earn. And which is completely skippable if you are going for something like a speed record. Oh, we should have gotten to 10 coin, but that's okay. Okay, here's a big descent where we have to not be crushed by falling blocks or hit by spikes from below, which I have to find a decent pattern for. So we need to watch our feet as well as our heads. And that does make me grateful that we got to checkpoint first, since I will need to read a lot of this on the fly. We'll go for that optional coin on the right side now that we know it's coming. And then we just need to watch what's going on below. Yeah, this little offset in the track positioning is interesting. You know, just adding a little bit of extra spice and variety to the platforms here. Let's not try to do any precision trickery. Let's give ourselves a bit more space. But yeah, going down the right side seems to be a favorable idea here if we can manage it. And then we'll just need to watch out for the offsets, and I'm going to give myself plenty of room to work with as other blocks descend upon my head. And okay, let's go down. Whoa, that's a bad idea. And we escaped. Okay, good. That was very nearly a catastrophe. But we made it, and I'm going to check this because this is Mario and that's how that works. That's how you know this is a thoughtful, traditional style design, when it follows Nintendo-style secrets. You know what these remind me of? These spike balls on the conveyor? It reminds me of the Thwimps from Mario 3. I mean, they're not doing a jump, of course, but you'll probably remember that in the Thwimp fortress that there were similar conveyor slopes. We should do spin jumps here. I don't know if we'll get quite enough height off of that, though. Probably not. That's okay. We'll smash everything up. And try to get out of there before we get whacked in the face once more. Okay. And yeah, spin jump is just not going to give me the height I want. We'd have to go right next to it for our spin jumps to be worthwhile. Always really satisfying, though, to have conveyors and spike balls neutralize each other like that. And just maintain their position on the slope. You can create all kind of mechanisms with that sort of setup. Let's do it like this. That's better. Like jumping directly off of that platform instead. Okay, here's the cover art, this sequence here. Whoop, didn't expect that bounce. Alright, let's do this again. I think I've got a much better strategy for the slope this time, so we need to get there first. But we will just jump directly off here, and then we'll make sure we don't get hit. Yeah, getting trapped in there while the skewers are down is not advisable. we'll attempt that a different way. Going a little too fast there, perhaps. That's okay. These things are easily fixed. Yeah, once again, we'll let everything get in position, do a jump here, overshoot. Watch out for the big spike balls, and then we'll wait for the skewers to come back up. Notice the skewers have a slightly different synchronization this time. And we'll just deal with it. Oh, same problem. Grab that one up to compensate. Oh, that's it. Okay. So I guess the doors don't actually do anything. If the doors here are matched with the one at the beginning, that's just decorative. So, thank you very much for that one, Darth Zane, and especially for your patience and all the way here. Fake dev exit. Yeah, I see that. It's an exit for fake devs. Oh, you mean that you can actually try to worm your way up there, perhaps? We're not trying it, but yeah, fun level indeed. Let's move on to the next one. Green Heroes is, of course, still here. About to deliver some spicy music. Sure. G2G. Or maybe it's actually not a music level for once. It is, however, a 0.21 Team Shell level, which might be a bit of a threat. And yeah, tomorrow, glad you can stay as well. We'll definitely get to you after this one. Team Shell 0.21, Green Heroes, I think you know that we'll have to see how far I get, but we'll put in an effort. Might splinter, but I don't break. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but Kaizo really hurts me. Oh, okay, so yeah, I see. So you spin at the coins to suspend yourself with a twirl, so coin equals twirl. Okay. And then ground pound cancel, which is going to be tricky. And yeah, Darth Zane, thank you for submitting once again. That looks like it's part of a promising super world, so hope that entire project has been proceeding smoothly for you. Okay, ground pound cancel is difficult for me, so we'll see what we can do to try to align myself in that position. I am holding down there. I don't know why I'm not able to get the pound. Yeah, so I just need to kind of align myself with the cancel to set up a bit of extra time to wait for the spiny to fall, and then we go down, we wall jump off the P's on the left side. And by that point, the spiny should be available, and yeah, so I do need to stall, unfortunately. Look at that creeper just kind of dangling out in space. I was hoping to just kind of skip the cancel, but no, you do need the extra delay to allow the spiny to deflect. Otherwise, I would just roll there and not bother with such shenanigans. So yeah, Green Heroes, we'll see how we do. Because, whoa. As you can see, executing the ground pound is not something that I do well. So that also says cancel, but I feel like a twirl is fine for getting into position there. Maybe it's wrong, but if I can avoid cancels at any given point, I will do so because they are fussy. Nope. Yeah, trying to cancel that, and once again, it's just missing. Yeah, trying to veer to the left after to cancel, and it's just not going. So we'll see. Maybe I should do a bit of an extra twirl there as well to adjust. I'll need to make some kind of adjustment because that input is not as smooth as I would like that to be. So, and that's too close. We're overcompensating now for completely missing the wall earlier. So yeah, Green Heroes, I don't know if I'd actually seen a non-music level from you before. But I guess that's what the price of designing a 3D world is that you don't get all of those fancy loops. And there we go. Nope, still missing the cancel for all the wrong reasons. And missing the pound now, too. Yeah, you would think that's a fairly simple thing to do, and I'm sure that for a lot of experienced New Soup and 3D World players it would be, but... Yeah, I see what's going on there, that I'm mentally thinking I need to hug towards the wall, and because of that, I'm sort of skipping the cancel input. Because I'm sort of thinking cancel and thinking move back towards the wall at the same time, and so... Okay, so we need to grab the shell when we're on top of the creeper, and then the C marker is where we throw the shell. And so that time I got to cancel, and then I veered towards the wall too quickly. So yeah, if we can get the cancel to be cleaner, then this level goes a lot better for me. And I think we're gradually getting towards that. Okay, so... let's see if we can do it with a twirl method. Possibly is asking you to ground pounds cancel there so you don't... I mean, the timing seems okay to twirl in that location. And then you throw, and then... Okay, no, that's just a shell jump, right? Like the C is... Yeah, I'm not supposed to send a shell over, I'm supposed to shell jump it, if I understand it correctly. So we'll get back there and try it. You're just telling me 2 checkpoints? We'll see if we can at least clear one segment. Maybe it's not. It looked like a shell jump. It even quacks like a shell jump. It totally is a shell jump. And then that thing falls, and then you drop down towards it. It'll kick the shell, and then I'd probably need to wall jump off the E afterwards. Let's see. Yeah. It's been a while since I've done anything with shells in 3D World, so the shell jump spacing is something that I'll need to kind of relearn. Like, it's been literally months, I think, since I've done anything of the sort. Except the throw timing seems to indicate to me that I can Toss the shell over top, but that's just overshooting it, I think. I think it's clearly supposed to be a shell jump, but maybe I'm... Whoops. Failing to cancel once again. That's the thing about all these ground pound levels. They make me feel like a victim of cancel culture. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, because given the positioning of the C marker, I suppose I was throwing a little too far to the right when it was going over, because from the height it looks like it's going to just send a shell over. It totally does send a shell over, that's the thing. So... Yeah, just too high in general, perhaps. Because I don't see myself getting over that without a shell jump. Can't imagine it's for much else. And I need to release it maybe kind of on my way up. Yeah, we'll give it a go. And see, I'm just very out of practice with this kind of thing. But we'll push on it, and we'll see how we do. Nope. Yeah, interesting Ant Trooper as part of that setup. Doing that little push, perhaps. Oh, I see. It's constraining the Spiny in position. That's what it's doing. Apparently, that's how 3D World works. But yeah, still thinking ahead to the shell jump, and or what seems to be a shell jump, and I think my actual desired spacing is not quite what is designated, but it may just be that I'm not releasing on the way up. And, yeah, we slowed down a bit that time, perhaps, but too little, too late. Oh. Nope, missed completely. Yeah, because the C marker is so high that, like, it feels like it's not actually treating the wall as the contact point unless it's at the very top of that wall. And so I have to think about where we're aiming that. No, that's way too soon. Yeah, I guess the idea is, with that deflection, I do have to get pretty close in. Nope, that's too late, because I'm going to be descending by the time that rebound occurs. Nope. And wow, got onto the creeper stem. That's not ideal. Yeah, get on top of the creeper, throw. Because if I'm making contact with the absolute corner there, it needs to be a really smooth throw. That's not going to be it. We'll see. I'll put in a couple more attempts to see if we can fix that shell timing, because I just don't feel like I'm anywhere close to it right now. Yeah, I think it is too far to the right now. Oops. And it may just be that I haven't played enough 3D World shell levels with the key-block equivalent to the track markers here to kind of understand what the intended positioning is supposed to be. I think even with track markers in the standard styles that I'm often not clear on where my positioning and the shell's positioning should be relative to the marked release. And often it's just kind of an approximation anyway, right? But I think instinctively I always think about centering myself in the middle of that box, and that may not be right. Because it does feel like I'm releasing too far to the right. And that if I were just like one block further to the left, then you actually get that deflection instead of having the shell sails straight over. Yeah, because that's the kind of deflection I ideally like to have, but with the shell jump actually executed. You used to put your indicators where the shell is in my hands. Yeah, because I've seen some levels that are fairly consistent about that as well, but the thing is, you know, because different people do different things, that shell throw looked right. My spacing was not ideal in terms of my height, but that finally looks like the deflection I'm supposed to get. We'll see. I mean, you know, it just requires enough familiarity to get this back into muscle memory, which it has not been in a long time. I don't think I've played any shell level in months, actually, because I've been playing so little Maker 2 this year. And not doing viewer levels as much as I used to, which is really the only circumstance where I play shell levels. Thank you for letting me know about the game audio, Merlin. For once, this is not a Green Heroes music level, so nothing of value was lost. But we will fix it anyhow. It is a beautiful castle theme. And Toadette's sound effects are also relatively adorable. That almost looks right. Almost. I need to kind of hold into that jump, but we're getting closer. If I can get that shell jump, I will feel like that is substantial progress, and we can be happy with something that we've done in our lives today. Hey, that actually was a shell jump, except that was too close to the right, and I bumped into the spike. Okay, let's see what we can do. But yeah, finally getting a little bit of success with that shell earlier. Let's see if we can replicate that. We need to get back there first, of course. Okay, why am I overshooting this consistently now? Like, I was not even worrying about it earlier. There we go. And that's too far up. Okay. We're getting closer to that jump, though. And then we will have done a grand total of 1 shell jump in this shell level, which I suppose is a start. Whoop. That's a bad idea. No, too high. Yeah, the release does need to happen a little lower than that, but I don't know relative to my jump distance how that's going to look. Nope, that was a mistake. Let's try to fix it up. I don't know if I need the twirl in the first one. Like, I mean, I'm just out of position for it. That's a big part of the issue here. Oh, missed completely. Yeah, because it's going to be shell jump. The spiny goes down, I go down, and then... there will be those P blocks that are kind of by the stem of the creeper on the left side wall. On the next column past where we've progressed so far, so... yeah, we'll see. If I can't get to the shell jump soon, I may have to bail on this one. But this might be a little beyond what I can handle at the moment. I would like to be able to get it, though. Because we've kind of been putting off the problem of returning to Kaizo technique for long enough at this point. Wow, I'm just rolling late, I think. After all this time with 3D World, the 3D World twirl still does not feel intuitive. Too high. Rated 3.5 for Team Shell. Yeah, I have not cleared anything at that level for Team Shell, I believe. And I don't know if that shell jump is just especially harder relative to most shell jumps. But we'll try it. Once we see what we're doing with this first jump, that has suddenly become such a mess, of course. Whoa. Miss. That's alright, I'm sure afterwards you can see maybe Orator demolish this in one shot if he hasn't already, given that I believe this is his Q day as well. That's the thing, I have much less exposure to like good solid clears of shell levels now that I'm no longer watching Mario Maker at this hour since I'm streaming it. I used to see a lot more of other people's shell content, but just haven't really been catching a lot of the more technical streamers myself lately. Whoops. So it's been a while since I've admired some of this technique and some of these levels as a spectator. Anyway, let's at least get back to that jump. Still overshooting. So we've hit the shell once, but the one time that we did so, we were standing too close to the spike. Not quite. Would I like to clear a video for shell jump? No, I think we'll do with that. Well, yeah, if you post it on the Discord or something, we'll look at it afterwards. I'm not going to use it to inform the current attempt, though. But maybe, in case we need to revisit the level at some point. Okay, not too many more tries on this, I think. Because it is a bit beyond me. It is a weird shell jump, though. I mean, probably just some visual perception problem that I have with it. Okay, audio seems to have died. Just one moment. Yeah, Green Heroes, thanks for sharing the clear video. We'll try to put in one more attempt maybe, but we need to fix up the audio quickly anyway, so let's do that. And we'll probably move on in an attempt or two, so thanks for your patience. Okay, let's do it. And of course, we have some kind of miracle run where I do get a shell jump, then things will be great. But it looks like things will not be great. And we will need to come back to some of this spice at another moment. So let's tap out for the time being. Mark it as a loss. And thanks for setting that along. Let's see what the clear stats are like on this so far. Love this. Oh, it's a pepper. I thought it was a salamander or something at first, but it's clearly a chili pepper. And yeah, like I said, it looks like Aura just demolished this already, as I would have expected. And Shoujo, of course, yeah. Ruru. A lot of the usual suspects. Beachin. Lots of good, really good shell players all over the place here. I am unfortunately not in that club. So we marked it as a loss. Let's pull up the next thing in the queue, which is going to be from tomorrow. Tomorrow, if you're still here, please check in. I believe you are listed as online, but we'll just see if you're actually present. And great. Thank you once again for your patience, not only with the length of the queue today, but also with the quick interruption that we had just now. And let's make this work. The Rook. Oh, so it's like a chess super world that you might be putting together at some point. I don't know. Not a super world, at least it doesn't seem you have one yet, but you have a Rook from November 2020, which is sort of thinking about what would have been going on in chess around that time. But we'll ascend a Rook and attain eternal glory. And so yeah, it's still relatively early. We'll see if this level goes well, if we can maybe open up for one or two more from people who came in late. But so we'll ascend a Rook first. And whoa. A lot of interesting stuff going on down there that I couldn't fully engage with because it came over here so quickly. We do need to find an on-off switch though. It looks like this will take me elsewhere. Yeah, it'll come down here, and then the bomb... Okay, let me think about this. The P-switch drops to Munchers. The Munchers hit the bomb. The bomb toggles the on-off switch. So we need to find a P? Let's see. Oh, we need to get things smashed up to the point where we hunt for something we can interact with. Let's see. Yeah, because P-switch also gives you a P door. No, we want to activate the P. So okay, these things can happen in one of two orders. It can be P first, which then toggles the on-off switch and gives you the pipe. Or it is on-off first, which then blows up and then blocks the bomb. Well, anyway, let's move on and see if we can puzzle that out. Donut block is there specifically to give you a way up even after wanton destruction. But then you can also hop off of these guys. Which seems to be what that P block is for. And no, we'll need to reach that by other means. Let's... Yeah, that's risky. Let's do this, and then let's take this guy out if I can. He's not doing anything else for me. I just need to not slip so much. There we go. We don't need him. Now this is going to demolish a bit more. We'll see what that's going to be about. Seems like I needed something else here though. Look at these vines getting clipped because they were bound to blocks that have since been destroyed. Now perhaps enough has been destroyed that... Oh no, we take the shell actually. We take the shell and then we hit the block from the side. I didn't even think about using the Koopa shell. That was the obvious thing to do all along. And we'll just retrace our steps and make that happen once we've worked our way up the tower. Whoa. Allow these guys to pop each other and do their thing. That looked threatening, but it wasn't. Let's get up here, grab this guy, and then we'll toggle fisting. Okay, great. On-off switch has been activated, which means we can go up with pipe. Nope, slipping here with the jumps. And that demolishes everything, and we take a death. But no, we understand this. This is going to be Koopa Shell. Whack the switch at the bottom, which you can see right away and should have expected. And we go all the way back up top and then get to the pipe. Let's not permit too much destruction at once. Whoops. Yeah, up the pipe, and then eventually we'll have some kind of P-switch and P-door interaction on the way back. Okay, grab this. And then we'll try to retain as much of this tower as we can before everything gets wrecked. Nope. Slipping off a lot of vines here on our way. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that could go a lot better. I want to do this quickly so we retain as many of the blocks in place as we can. Okay, that's an improvement. Slightly. Now let's not slip off too much on the way back up. Nope, no, 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 no. Really not thinking ahead when it comes to that's part of the second ascent. Yeah, these guys, they do have a way of zoning me out. Let's get back in. And up we go. That was poorly planned. Yeah, once again, I think I am more or less rewarded for going quickly. Taking the wall jumps while there is still a wall might help. Ever so slightly. Oh. Okay, no. Yeah, definitely an interesting concept though. Does get a little more challenging as you go. Whoa, there we go. That was very fortunate. And it's not going to last. Okay, let's let this guy just do his job. We know that was safe. That top corner there, which is very helpful information. Oh, there's a POW, okay. So this is not an entry pipe, this is a POW pipe instead. We get two POWs. So that's going to be a P-switch activation of some sort. Yeah, we just whack this guy, and then we hit the P and go. Whoops. No, we'll need to redo this. It is going to be a wall jump off that P. And, okay, no, we can do it. It's not too bad, actually. As long as we know to wall jump off the first P, which I'll miss once again, we actually could have made it with the previous timing just fine. But now we need to make it back top, which is going to be a tall order. I mean, many things involving towers are tall orders, but this is perhaps unusually so. Oh. Nice of the on-off switch to block that Koopa as well. Nope. Nope. I guess instead of wall jumping off that P, I should actually go right and try to jump over it as a platform, and that would be a lot saner. It's just that we caught the wall jump earlier and it seemed to work really smoothly, and so maybe got a little bit of tunnel vision for that method instead. We should have taken a power through. If we did take a power through, then what would happen? I don't know. Let's get in here and find out. And that's it. Except... what's going on up here? Ah, okay, 1-ups. Which we can't get unless we had something like a squirrel suit, which... no, it might be wall jump based, actually. It's just wall jumps. And we're not going to get it. That's okay. Let's take the GG and walk. Thank you for that, Tomorrow. And thank you for submitting that and waiting patiently for it to be played. Okay, I will have time to open quickly for people who have not yet been played today. This is basically the Merlin rule. Preferring things that are maybe not too huge a grind, though, because we might have to have an emergency stop sometimes once I'm past the 4-hour mark, so... this will be a quick bonus opening for people who came in after closing. And I'll punch in Merlin's code, and then that'll be the grace period before I close down again. And then we will hopefully actually finish at a reasonable time. Actually, Merlin, I saw that you recently made like a boss rush or something. I feel like committing to it at this hour is a bad idea, but... oh, yeah, you just submitted your maker code. You have all of this new stuff in the Super World as well, so I don't know if you want something very recent and new to be playtested. This is entirely up to you. 5-2 should be fun. Giant tree maze, okay. That sounds very promising. Alright, we'll get in there. We'll close up again for now so we don't have to deal with too much else. Did I actually hit next? I always forget to hit next when it comes to these extra submissions. Here we go. Try not to get lost in this bizarre giant tree land. Red coins required. Yeah, what a shame that Merlin decided to ditch this stream. I mean, I guess that's understandable given how long we had to make you wait. Okay, let's go over here. We didn't check the yellow pipe. That's something to keep in mind. Oh, whoops. I've seen a couple of these tree trunk levels before as an aesthetic. I'm sure you've done one before. I've seen some from other people that look very similar. And they actually remind me of a particular stage in Cuphead, one of the run-and-gun stages that does take you through a tree, and which has enemies that have some similarity. That piranha plant that sniped me. We should check for power-ups, by the way. Here we are. Red coins are always obtainable and there's no soft lock. Yeah, I know you pay attention to that kind of thing. So yeah, let's watch out for this guy. And just dip in here. We'll skip the Goom. Can I do this? Yes, I should be able to. Here we are. And naturally, we'll check this one. So that's the first pipe entry that we've tried so far. And here's the M. The director's trademark of putting an M in a level. I bet it stands for Mario and Maker. And Morphogenesis. But that's just going to give me that. Yeah, I wonder what else starts with M that would possibly be meaningful to this maker. No coins yet that I can see. But this is a pretty huge explorable layout, actually. We skipped a huge chunk of this to the left just now. Kind of nice to see rising and falling water in a level like this as well, where it's just, you know, being used for some minor platforming variation, but mostly for flavor. Oh. That was close, but we managed to get past that. 3 coins, by the way. And, oh, you said that they are all by the key door. Okay, so we'll grab checkpoint, and that seems to be a mark of progress. I'll have to remember to look at the more info preview screen after this, in fact, because I kind of want to see what the tree looks like in the main world, anyway. As a complete layout. And this is something we always talk about with your levels, that there's a certain amount of matching that goes on, such that it looks like we just went straight through the tree and came out the other side. I always keep my eyes open for that kind of thing, because I know you pay attention to it as a maker. And, you know, try to make this a connected space so people don't constantly think about whether they're in the main world or subworld, and just keep your eyes on the theme instead. And yeah, we're past checkpoint, so it looks like it's just going to be 3 coins in this zone. Glad someone appreciates it. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to design traditional levels, I think that's part of the thing that people want to get out of the experience. This Wiggler is going to be a nuisance. It's just... yeah, because Red Wiggler is just trying to zone me out the whole time. Let's try to go around him and miss. Oh, now we're in trouble. That's okay. Oh, now we're really in trouble. The minutes. Welcome. And let's see here. Yeah, because we got coin 1 shortly after this. We ascended this part. Also, I should take greater advantage of using the Goomrats as projectiles. Notice that that red pipe totally looks accessible for some purpose that we haven't picked out yet. Oh, it's a 30 coin area, okay. Well, naturally we're going to go for it. Whoops. Naturally we're going to miss. Let's hit the jump button for a change, that might be helpful. There we are. And we'll check it. Oh, nothing. Didn't think so. Okay, so here's the coin. Whoop. Yeah, so this guy, we are going to do this a slightly more clever way. Let's ditch him for the moment so we don't run into problems. Hang on. There we go. And yeah, we'll need to explore this section. We're going to see the lock before the completion of the keys, which is actually kind of a classic adventure game design principle. That you're not just collecting keys all the time without understanding what they're for. That's for adventure games. That's not really true of platforming secrets, where if you're collecting coins along the way, there's this implication that will be useful for something like a bonus. I got a star, lucky me. I should have checked that pipe, but instead we'll knock out some wigglers. And we'll need to explore this non-linearly anyway, so... Here in the vertical zone. Nope, that was not how to do it. We probably did miss a coin at this stage, but... And yeah, this wiggler must be bounced. Grab this and head back down. I feel like I probably missed something, but... No, we've been here. And then we need to check one more area, except we'll need to redo it. Did we ever check this side? Or was that where I came from? That is where I came from, I think. Yeah, because I remember that part. When it comes to non-linear exploration, I mean, sometimes you will get lost from needlessly going backwards. By the way, these little track branches that are protruding everywhere, that's kind of a nice touch as well. It's like you're standing on this really boggy, soggy driftwood. You're saying there are coin trails? I mean, technically this counts. This bit here. As breadcrumbs to light your way and show off what you haven't seen yet. Whoops. Bit in the face there. This part... Yeah, no, let's do the coin first. Mr. Electrodude. Welcome in. Okay. Let's try this again. We know there's a top coin that is going to be to the left. I don't know if this bottom part here, bottom left, is accessible. What? Yeah, we came up over here. I don't know if this is going to be a progressive thing. No, it's a star, right? I do remember that now. And then, yeah, this is just a return path, so I will not take it. You ran out of slopes in the semi-solids. That is spectacular. Also notice the green mushroom platform over here. That seems accessible. Ah, right, because we went top first earlier. We want to go bottom first this time, and that should be something interesting. Like a coin. There we go. That was swiftly dealt with. That's all 3 coins accounted for once we return to where we were earlier. Whoops. Remember to watch my head. A level like this. with a vertical ascent into the unseen. Nope. Yeah, like I said about watching my head. And, yeah, having to be that budget conscious in a traditional level now, that is the sign of something very large scale. Because the thing that stands out to me about traditional levels is that it often seems like you just have so much budget left over for anything that's purely decorative, right? Because you're not burning most of it on music or mechanisms. Nope. Same mistake as always. Okay. It's okay. We'll have a replacement mushroom. What? And sure, let's have a star. And then we'll come in this way so we can just take out the wiggler and below and not deal with it. And also lose the opportunity to grab that coin the way we did earlier. Okay, so I can technically take a hit, but we're going to try not to. Yeah, the P blocks inside the tree are kind of a nice touch as well. I guess they're, I don't know, pine cones or something. I mean, it's not a pine, but you get the idea. Also, the little background doodads, like there's quite a lot going on decoratively. It's very precisely put together. Alright, let's move this guy. Nearly made the same mistake as before on that goom. Mr. Electrodude, yes, I did see that the music program get released. It doesn't have the kind of inline editor yet, it's still based on MIDI import. But, you know, it's enough of a general release that it's available for use, and it has its own little bookmark page as well, in fact, for user creations. So we'll have to look into that. And yeah, like Green Heroes was saying, the terrain limit is not the limit you're worried about with the music level. Usually. Because you're dealing with the interactable parts instead. Anyway, that's a clear. So yeah, thank you for that one, Merlin. Very happy to catch up on some of this stuff as usual. Now that will pretty much be it for today. There was one thing that was submitted earlier. So somebody actually submitted a document level that I had played yesterday, except my footage of it was so chopped up by a poor connection that it was practically unusable. I don't know if I'll get that in today, since the person who submitted left earlier. We might keep it for a backlog stream. Now, I don't know when we will be doing a backlog stream, because the priority this week is that we will be hopefully doing some puzzles, catching up on Tower Escape, and we'll also see if I can do Super Korean World, but that might have to wait for a different week, because we've got Kirby coming in a week's time, and that might take over some of this stream. So, in terms of whether viewer levels will run next week, it'll depend on what we do with Kirby. I will hopefully be streaming something regardless, and it's nice to see you folks and see your new creations week to week. So, let's mark that one as a win. Let's call it a day at a reasonable time for a change instead of going 2 or 3 hours over. And we'll send you folks along on a raid in just a moment. So, once again, thanks for watching, for all of the submissions, and especially for the patience of the makers who had to sit through some of the more difficult grinds today. We got, I think, everything in the end other than the shell level, didn't we? Let's see. Like, we failed miserably at the Green Heroes one, but we did eventually double back and get Mangs. Yeah, we did pretty well, actually. All things considered. Relative to some other streams we've had in the past. Minus bonus objectives that we didn't manage to get. So yeah, Merlin, no worries about having to go to work in a few minutes. It was very pleasant to see you drop by and sneak in one level at the end anyhow, so. As always, thanks for watching. Hang on tight. Hold on to your seats if you want to witness our next destination. But regardless, we will see you folks around, and as usual, fare thee well.